The Rays used some aggressive offense last night to take Game 2 of this series. Today, David Price brings the fireworks to July 4th, looking for a sweep for the Yankees in his final start of the first half. You can't beat afternoon baseball on Independence Day. Rays and Yankees next. This afternoon, we welcome you to Tropicana Field on this 4th of July. The Rays and the Yankees will square off to complete this 3-game series. The Rays have taken the first 2 games by scores of 4-3 and 7-4. As a result of the Rays' 2 wins in this series, they moved into 3rd all alone ahead of Boston, 5.5 back of the front-running New York Yankees and a half game behind the second-place Baltimore Orioles. Hi again, everybody, and welcome to an afternoon of Rays baseball with Brian Anderson. I'm Dwayne Statz. Happy 4th of July. We'll be joined by Todd Callis in just a few moments. Here this afternoon, the Rays trying to make it 10 straight over the Yankees at Tropicana Field, and they will send their all-star, one of 2 all-stars this year, on the mound to start this game today, David Price.
Yeah, when you talk about David Price, you wonder, where do I start with this guy? Well, I'll tell you what, this first half of the season, coming into his last start before the break, remarkable consistency. This guy has given up 3 or fewer runs, earned runs, in 14 out of his 16 starts. Very good numbers against the Yankees. You see in 15 starts, that opponent's average, very good. The 6-3 record. But David Price, the other thing that he's done in this first half is he's been in a lot of big moments, a lot of big matchups against a lot of other teams' #1, and he has stepped up huge in those situations, and he will be looking to get his 12th win of the season today, which would match his complete total from last year.
And the Southern Ford starting pitching matchup this afternoon, brought to you by your local Southern Ford dealers. David Phelps, 25-year-old right-hander, with a record of 1-3. Most of his work out of the bullpen. This will be his 3rd start for New York. And David Price, of course, 11-4 on the hill for the Rays. Rays and the Yankees just moments away. David Price wrapping up the first half of the season here for him before he goes to the All-Star game next week. To you by Toyota. Visit your local Toyota dealer today for great deals on the amazing lineup of Toyota vehicles. Toyota, moving forward. By AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. And by Tires Plus. The plus is in everything we do. Spirits high here, a full-fledged observance of the nation's birthday. Final game of this series between the Rays and the Yankees. Right now, let's go to the field and Todd Callis.
We saw David Price wearing the special camouflage TB on this 4th of July, also wearing the red, white, and blue necklace. He's still warming up right now. Usually he's heading to the dugout at this point, but he will be on that All-Star team next week, his 3rd consecutive All-Star game. He started in Anaheim in 2010. And one thing that he was really happy with is the fact that pitchers get voted in by their peers, and he takes a great honor in that.
I mean, that definitely feels good to be voted in by my peers and my opponents. You know, the opposing players and the opposing coaches. You know, that's what it comes down to. So I feel like it is a little bit extra special as a pitcher to be able to make this because it's not player vote or it's not fan vote. It's not just a kind of a popularity contest, and it really shows how you've thrown the ball this year.
This is a special 4th of July edition of a Website Wednesday. What's that sign say? Thanks, Dwayne. Hey, here's how you can do it. Oh, the tie. I like it. Look at that. Red, white, and blue ties. You can email the booth at AskTheRays@Fox.com, or you can tweet us at @SunSportsRays, hashtag it AskTheRays. Have a question for Dwayne and BA? Just enjoying a barbecue out on the boat, by the beach. Tell us how you're spending your 4th of July. Either email us or tweet us. 2 minutes, although it might be a little longer than that. Price just wrapping up his warm-up. Until the first pitch, Rays and the Yankees wrapping up a series next.
My name is Colonel Doug McBride, commander of the 593rd Sustained Brigade, and this is my Command Sergeant Major, Eric Taylor. And we just wanted to say, Happy 4th of July!
Great land we call home, we celebrate freedom. We celebrate America. And on our nation's proudest day, we watch baseball played at its highest level. But the beauty of this game is that every wonderfully diverse American, on some level, can be part of America's pastime.
And so we welcome you to an afternoon of Major League Baseball here on the 4th of July. The Rays squaring off against the New York Yankees. Today's Rays game presented in high definition, brought to you by H.H. Gregg. Let's take a look at the starting lineup for the New York Yankees. Derek Jeter's going to lead it off here this afternoon, playing shortstop, followed by Curtis Granderson in center. Mark Teixeira returns to the lineup for New York, hitting third at first base. The DH is Rodriguez. Robinson Cano at second. Nick Swisher in right field hits sixth in front of Andrew Jones, the left fielder. Russell Martin behind the plate. Jason Nix in the lineup. He's at third base, batting ninth.
Now taking the mound this afternoon for the Tampa Bay Rays, going to be left-hander David Price, in search of his 12th win of the season. Had 12 wins all of last year. You see what he's done his last 3 starts. Has won them all, has gone 7 innings in each one, and that has been really the story of his year. Remarkably consistent through his first 16 starts. Let's take a look at the Rays defense as it lines up behind David. In the outfield, left to right, Desmond Jennings, B.J. Upton, and Ben Zobrist. Across the infield, third to first, Jeff Keppinger, Elliot Johnson, Sean Rodriguez, and Carlos Pena. Jose Lobaton will be behind the plate.
And Joe Girardi, the manager of the New York Ball Club. New York in at 48-32. The Rays at 43-38. Running third in the American League's tough Eastern Division. Understand there's some technical issues with the video portion of our presentation. Stay with us. We'll rectify that absolutely as quickly as possible.
Some technical issues going on with Joe Maddon's right hand, too.
More on that as details become available. Here's Derek Jeter. Jeter starting the day hitting .301, and the first pitch is a foul ball right at the feet of Jose Lobaton. The first pitch presented by Pinch a Penny. So this game underway here at Tropicana Field. Well, he had a little pinky issue.
Trying to hide the little on the index finger.
Just to give that pinky a little stability. Looks taped up to the ring finger.
Trying to make it look mean.
There's a strike. Fastball, and the count is 0-2.
And that right there is always a big pitch for David Price. The fastball into the right-handed hitters. When he is able to hit that spot consistently, everything else seems to go in order, and David Price very tough to beat.
Pitch away. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And when you look at the David Price fastball breakout, I mean, it's the classic book. He owns right-handed hitters when he pitches them up and in and low and away. The batting average against in those spots, next to nil.
And a tap foul.
And for obvious reasons. I mean, when he's blowing that fastball, 93-97, hands high, inside corner, tough to get the barrel to it, and when he's at the knees on the outside corner, it's a tough pitch to reach.
1 ball, 2 strikes, and he just missed there with the hard stuff, and the count goes 2-2. 2 things that I've noticed about him that have been remarkable this year. His velocity's always been great, but he carries that with him first inning to the last inning he's in there. So the velocity has stayed with him in the mid to upper 90s. Ooh, and another pitch very close there. So the last 2 misses have been very close.
I'll give you the first one. This one, you got to ring him. That is right there. I'm sorry. That pitch cutting across that inside corner from where David Price is on the far left-hand side of the rubber with that reach coming back in like that. That ball's on the plate.
3-2. And a tap down to third, foul outside the bag, and so we'll see another 3-2 pitch into Jeter. The other thing about Price, his changeup, and he's thrown more of those this year. His changeup has been excellent. And it really has become a confirmed part of his repertoire of pitches.
We saw a little bit of that last year, but it was very inconsistent. And you're right, this year that arm speed has been much better. Oh, by the way, just to mix it in, the curveball has been something that's come along as the year's gone on.
3-2 pitch. And a fly ball up the right side. That's going to be out of play.
Yeah, I can remember talking about David Price early in the season and us discussing the fact that he needed to become more consistent and really find some secondary pitches that he could go out there and feel good about each start. Fast forward a month or two, done.
The 3-2 again, and just a little piece of that one foul. So Jeter has been hanging on by the skin of his teeth, just barely making contact with that one, and taking 2 pitches with 2 strikes that were extremely close to being a call third strike.
Now, this has been a very good at bat by Derek Jeter, if for no other reason than I think the next pitch will be number 10
it is. It's
of the game.
Coming. 3-2. And a ground ball headed to short, gloved by Elliott Johnson. Throw to first, and they get Jeter. Well, this is pretty typical of the Price-Yankee matchups. 10 pitches already here in the first inning to the leadoff hitter. And that's something that David Price has found to be more the norm against the Yankees. In fact, last time he faced him when he hooked up against Sabathia, he won 7-3, but pitched just 5 innings. He made 109 pitches in 5 innings in that outing. That was that epic bases loaded battle with Alex Rodriguez where he eventually struck him out on the curveball. Curtis Granderson misses a fastball. That's a strike.
That's probably his at bat of the year in that matchup, in that game. It was huge.
And the pitch is down. 1 ball and 1 strike. Now that was in the 5th inning of that game. Price had a 38 pitch inning and left the Yankees scoreless with the bases loaded in the 5th. 1-2 now to Curtis Granderson. A miss, and Granderson is out of there. Breaking ball.
You know, that's where David Price's game, he has started to raise the level of it with that ability to throw that pitch right there. You know, so often he's very heavy on the fastball with good reason to left-handed hitters, but the fact that you can then take that breaking ball and throw it hard. I mean, this is an 81-mile-an-hour curveball, and be able to start that ball on the inner third and break it to the outer third right at the dirt. Boy, what a huge weapon.
Teixeira, switch hitting first baseman, looking at a fastball away. 1 ball, no strikes. Strike call. 1-1. Strike on the outside corner. Started wide and then cut just enough to catch that outside edge. And he shoots the corner with a fastball this time and misses. 2-2. Takes it to right toward the line. Zobrist over there, and he makes the catch on the move to retire the side. 1, 2, 3, go the Yankees. Rays coming in to hit. first inning. Rays and the Yankees on the 4th of July. Desmond Jennings will lead off for Joe Madden, followed by Carlos Pena and then B.J. Upton. Jeff Keppinger, Ben Zobrist, and Luke Scott, the DH. Jose Lobaton behind the plate. Sean Rodriguez hits 8th. Elliott Johnson at shortstop bats 9th.
Well, taking the mound this afternoon for the New York Yankees going to be right-hander David Phelps. He'll be making his 3rd start of the season, but first since May the 9th. That also came against the Rays. He went 4 2/3 in that start. No earned runs, but he did walk 4. Said that he nibbled a little bit too much, got into too many deep counts, and was going to look to come out and attack today, and he's going to have to because he's going to be on about an 80 to 85 pitch limit.
Desmond Jennings comes out swinging, fouling that fastball right straight back and out of play.
Okay, well then they pay attention. You see a pitcher that you know is going to be limited in pitches. His last outing was against the Chicago White Sox. He threw 64 pitches, so he'll be up in that low 80s, mid 80s, and since he wants to attack, be ready to swing.
Pitch is up and the count is 1-1. He gave up a couple runs in 3 1/3 innings against the White Sox, and that relief stint, 4 hits. Two balls and a strike. Phelps out of St. Louis, Missouri. Fly ball right back into center. Granderson under it, and he's got it. 1 away.
Let's take a look at the Yankee defense as it lines up. In the outfield, left to right, Andrew Jones, Curtis Granderson, and Nick Swisher. Across the infield, 3rd to 1st, Jason Nix, Derek Jeter, Robinson Cano, and Mark Teixeira. Russell Martin will handle the catching duties.
Fans still coming in to Tropicana Field. Wrap-up game of the homestand. Here is Carlos Pena. Pena gets the pitch too low. Phelps attended Notre Dame, went to high school in Hazelwood in the St. Louis area. 2 balls, no strikes. The last game he started, one of the 2 he started, was against the Rays on the 9th of May. Pena takes ball 3. B.J. Upton on deck. And Pena walks. Fastball, he walked him on 4 pitches. And that will get B.J. Upton to the plate. Our Toyota trend the last 3 games against the Yankees. Upton has gone 6 of 12 with a home run. B.J. had been struggling recently coming into this series, but he had a homer and a single Monday night. 2 hits, 2 runs scored last night. Pitch is a strike on the outside corner. Going to be a strike. B.J. checking with Mike Estabrook. He thought that pitch ran off the plate.
Well, you know, but it looked good. It looked good to Mike Estabrook because of how far off the plate Russell Martin was sitting. I mean, he was way out there. Catches it in the middle of his body. So, yeah, right on the corner. Look how far out he is.
Yeah, his right foot is beyond, is more than halfway through the opposing batter's box stand.
Yeah, look at that. If you hit him right in the middle of the chest protector, you're 6-8 inches off the plate. And then he's going to reach out there and try to get it.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, he's going to, those, especially the breaking balls, he throws that sweeping slider, he's going to reach as far out as he can, as close to home plate, and try to freeze that pitch. Give Estabrook a good look at it.
Move to first. Back in is Pena.
I'll tell you what, if he wants to keep throwing the ball that far away from BJ, you've got a huge hole on the right side with Cano shading up the middle and Teixeira holding Carlos on.
And there's a pitch that's off the plate.
Yeah, see, and that's the one that he's trying to get. You try to buy your pitcher a little bit off the plate and give the perception that this was a strike. See how far he reaches out to try to freeze that pitch? It was close.
And strike 3 called. Upton. A parting word or 2 from Estabrook. And you can chalk that strike up to Martin.
Yeah, but this was a better pitch. This was a fastball. And that's a better pitch. I mean, that is right there, and he's shown the ability to pepper that spot here in this at bat. So you will get that called on you more times than not. Not a pitch you can do a whole lot with.
2 gone with Pena still at first. Here's Jeff Keppinger. Phelps shooting that pitch outside off the plate. 1 ball, no strikes. Continues to work over that corner away to the right-handed hitters. 1-1.
Well, that may work for a time, but at some point he's going to have to come in a little bit, or these Rays hitters start diving out over the plate, shooting that ball to right field. That's why it's so important. You don't have to get lots of outs in. You don't have to get many outs in, but you do have to pitch in and stay out there on the outer half and away, and hitters will get wise to that hurry.
And a foul back. It's out of play. And that pitch cutting away from the right-handed bat of Keppinger. And now he hits it. So Keppinger hit by that pitch. Well, he finally comes in and he hits Keppinger with it.
Not exactly what you're thinking, but yeah, you got to come in, try to keep him honest. Jeff Keppinger is pretty close to home plate, and with that open stance starts to come in. You see how close that his foot is. That ball not that far off, but it drills him, and the Rays with a 2-out opportunity now. Let's take a quick look at the scouting report today, brought to you by Coventry Healthcare of Florida. And it's on the Tampa Bay Rays. Keep streaking. They've won 9 straight against the Yankees here at Tropicana Field. They'd love to see that 10 before the team takes off to Cleveland. And pedal to the metal. We saw that yesterday. Very aggressive on the base paths. 5 stolen bases. Aggressive on sending guys from second to third. Second to home. So that you want to continue to apply that pressure to the Yankees.
Liner caught by Cano, and that retires the side. Hit it hard. We're at the end of an inning. No score. 4th of July, the Rays trying to win their 10th straight over the Yankees here at Tropicana Field. That dates back to the 21st of July last year.
She thinks it's creepy too. You got this little kid running around with a camera. He's trying to make some purchase at the team shop, man.
What are you following me for?
Could that have been Levi?
Well, I didn't see him anywhere else. It's Alex Rodriguez. Rodriguez, Cano, and Swisher. He had a cookie in his hand. We know it's him.
Don't.
Here's the pitch from David Price. And it's a strike. Fastball. 1-2-3 first for Price in the outset of this game with Jeter, Granderson, and Teixeira retired in order. 0-2 the count. Breaking pitch to Alex Rodriguez. One ball, 2 strikes. David Price making his 17th start of the year, 5th in the league in earned run average at .292. Also 10th in the league in innings pitched and 9th overall in strikeouts at the start of this game. And just a little piece of that one foul right at the feet of Jose Lobaton. Pitch is down. He checked in time. 2-2.
David continuing to stay with that breaking ball to Alex Rodriguez. I may not want to show him it that many times.
And he fouls this one back. Fastball.
You know, that was the pitch that he went to, and he threw three in a row to strike him out in that big bases loaded situation back in New York. You can see he's not taking good swings at it. Keep that one in the pocket just a little bit longer.
And strike 3 call. Started that pitch a little wide and got it to cut in for the strikeout.
And it was almost as if Alex Rodriguez, after finally getting the fastball from David Price and fouling it off, said, okay, he's going to come back with that curveball. And David says, no, how about the backdoor cutter? And there was absolutely not a flinch in Alex Rodriguez. Was not looking for that pitch at all. Well executed by David Price.
Well, you've talked about that from time to time, to set up that pitch and use it at the right time. Well, that was the right time.
And that's the reaction you'll get. I mean, the hitter will just see it out of your hand and say, ball away. Too late.
Cano reaching for the curveball, and that pitch is a strike. Take a look at the Circle K board, the leaderboard in wins. R.A. Dickey of the Mets leads the majors. David Price trying to become the first 12-game winner in the American League. Matt Harrison with the Rangers also at 11, and there's Gio Gonzalez with Washington, 11 wins. And the foul ball. So a curveball and a fastball. And the count is 0-2. Had him reaching on that little curveball and then trying to get around on the 96 fastball. Swing fastball. He turned that one up a couple notches to 98 and strikes him out.
Absolutely did. Kept it away from him and slightly elevated. David Price just rears back here and lets it fly. Boy, that's a pretty pitch.
So 2 up, 2 down. There's Nick Swisher.
You know, and that was a good pitch regardless of the strikeout. If that ball's even taken and they called a ball, you could throw it again. You could throw the curveball off of that. There's a lot of different things you could do. That obviously being the best result.
Pitch to Swisher. A little wide. 1 ball, no strikes. Most of Swisher's damage this year has come as a right-handed hitter. Andrew Jones on deck. Price behind Swisher, 2-0. Swisher getting time granted by Mike Estabrook. That's a strike. 2-1. Estabrook in the early stages showing signs of giving that pitch away and even up and away to a right-handed hitter and calling that a strike. Ground ball headed towards short. Elliott Johnson wide throw. Pena gets the tag, and that will retire the side. No runs, couple of strikeouts. We go to the bottom of the second. No score.
Tampa Bay, Florida, stationed at Bagram Airfield. Just wanted to wish the Rays a good luck on their 4th of July game. Shout out to my parents and the Solano family back home. And go Bulls!
And we invite you to join Major League Baseball in helping those veterans who've done so much to help us. Log on to MLBcommunity.org or welcomebackveterans.org for more information on how you can make a difference. Luke Scott takes the first pitch. That's a strike. Scott, Lobatone, and Rodriguez here. And that's an 0-2 count now. It's average at 201 with 36 runs batted in. Important for the Rays to get him going offensively. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And a cut and a miss. Scott out on strikes, missed the fastball. Second strikeout for Phelps.
A good example there of how effective you can be when you change the eye level. Everything was in, but then you go up just a little bit above the belt, close to the hands. Just can't quite get the barrel there.
Jose Lobaton now. Pitch is a strike call. Sam Poole wearing one of those special caps to help raise awareness for the cause of welcoming back the vets and helping them. This pitch is wide. MLB players wearing those special caps, and fans can buy replicas of those hats with all proceeds going to welcomebackveterans.org. It's a foul ball out of play.
Tell you what, Dwayne, I've not worn a hat since I decided to do the, against the grain shave.
Yeah, those are great looking.
That would be a hat, yeah.
Yeah, I think
very outstanding looking hats.
They also at one point did a variation of the red, white, and blue. Lobaton strikes out. He missed the fastball. 2 up, 2 down. I love those. And if you want something that's a little more in its own way understated but makes a statement, that's the cap.
No doubt. No doubt. That is sharp.
I can see a lot of those. That's got a chance to be a very good fan favorite. The strike call to Sean Rodriguez. Sean with a 3-hit night last night, including the big home run in the 4th inning. 1-1. Pitch is a strike, and the count goes to 1-2. Scott Lobaton out on strikes. And strike 3 called. A cutter against Sean Rodriguez, and Phelps strikes out the side. We go to the 3rd. No score. Third base for Jeff Keppinger. Keppinger hit by a pitch in the first inning around the left elbow, and when he went to first, you could discern that it was still a problem. He talked with George Hendry, but stayed on to run the bases, and then in the dugout you could see things going on. There was a wrap applied to the left elbow, and so Keppinger is out of there, and you would think, well, we'll wait and see what the report is on that. You would think there would be some concern that it might be serious if he's out of the game early here today. But that's pure speculation. We'll see.
Well, yeah, and you figured, first of all, he would want to stay in the game. Second of all, you don't want his bat, his ability to put the ball in play and do the things that he does, out of the lineup.
Bouncer up the middle off the bat of Andrew Jones, and Sean Rodriguez handles that. One away.
Oh, by the way, you had him in the 4-hole, too.
Yep.
So I don't think you want to pull your 4-hole hitter out.
Now the catcher, Russell Martin. Pitch to Martin is high. 1 ball, no strikes. Martin got back into the New York lineup last night. It was 0 for 4. Foul out of play, and it's 1-1. David Price has retired the first 7 to face him. The strike, 1-2. And strike 3 called. A fastball at 97. 2 up, 2 down. Let's check in right now with Todd.
Reminder, this is a website Wednesday, guys. We're going to go all Twitter today. All your questions are going to be tweets. So just tweet and hashtag Ask the Rays, and we'll get your questions to Dwayne and BA and get you some answers later on. We'll go check on the status of Jeff Keppinger. Back to you guys.
All right, so we'll await an update from Todd Callis on the Keppinger situation. 2 outs.
All tweets?
Yep.
We're getting aggressive.
All tweets all the time.
Just, well, that's what you told me you like to do.
First pitch here to Nix is down.
You know, as soon as they mention, you know, everything on Twitter, you know, it's at twitter.com/this hashtag. As soon as they hit hashtag, that's when I start to get dizzy and my ears start to smoke.
And your eyes kind of glaze.
A little bit. They'll flutter. Sometimes almost make the attempt to roll back into the head.
Yeah.
Oh,
I got you.
It's uncomfortable.
This pitch that misses, and the count is 2-0. Ground ball to short. Johnson, low throw. Pena with the pickup. 1, 2, 3. We go to the bottom of the 9th. Bottom of the 3rd. No score.
I mean,
4th of July. Rousing ovation for all of those who've served. Colonel Lenny Rochot, commander of the 6th Air Mobility Wing at MacDill Air Force Base, in attendance today. He threw out the first pitch, representing all of those who every day carry out their own mission of protecting all of us here. We go to the bottom of the 3rd. Elliott Johnson leads off. And the first pitch from Phelps is a strike. Phelps struck out the side in the 2nd inning. David Price has 4 strikeouts and just made 9 pitches in the top of the 3rd. 1 ball, 1 strike. So it's been all pitching so far. Price has retired 9 straight to start the game. Swing and a miss by Elliott. 1-2. Cut and a miss. Johnson out on strikes. Well, now you can turn back the clock with Rays retro merchandise as worn on the field by the 2012 Rays. Available at Lid's Locker Room, Rays team stores, all participating retailers today. Top of the order, here's Desmond Jennings. And there's a strike on the outside corner.
I got to say that the retro gear grew on me. At first, I was not a fan. By the time they were put out on the field, I was like, you know what? I'm kind of digging that look.
Well, the T-shirts look really great too, and the
jerseys are good. I like the hat, and I like the fact that yellow sanitary socks.
Yep.
That was pro. So yeah, at the end of the day, I was a fan.
Foul lifted up the right side. 2 strikes. I think your change in direction in terms of your opinion started when Todd Callis put that jersey on over his shirt, and that was a good look.
It was.
Yeah,
it was. I don't know if it was the subconscious with the collar, 70s, you know.
Yep. Foul ball back.
But yeah, that's when it started. I mean, when it was just hanging there, I'm like, really?
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden, Callis fires one on.
He's a trendsetter.
Yeah, exactly. But then I even liked it when he wasn't, you know, he didn't have it on, the players did.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but he was the bridge.
He was. He got me rolling. He got the ball rolling.
As he so often does.
What'd you do without him?
We've seen it time and time again.
I really have. So consistent.
Yep. See him, something's going to happen. Pitch wide. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Right now he's trying to find out more information on the injury to Keppinger.
Absolutely.
Fly ball back into straightaway center. Granderson going back just on the edge of the turf before he hit the track. And Jennings is the 2nd out of the inning.
Well, this is just a reminder that as you enjoy a cold one, you can look forward to Miller time later in today's game, brought to you by Miller Lite.
Carlos Pena making his way to the plate. Well, neither team with a hit so far. I don't know about you, the rhythm of this game has been different so far. A little disjointed. Pitch is a strike to Pena. Could be just me.
I think it is, because I think you're used to a lot of deep counts, base runners, you know, throw out the anchor, game comes to a grinding halt. This has actually been moving along.
And now Pena is hit by the pitch. So Keppinger hit in the first, and Pena hit here in the third.
David Phelps trying to make sure that he gets the ball in off the plate, and too far again, and he gets Carlos Pena basically in the same spot that he got Keppinger. That lead elbow right in the back of it, that tricep area. Carlos had a little bit of protection on that where Keppinger did not.
How about that? Now the Rays up to 36, tops in the league, and hit by pitch. Upton taking the first pitch, and that was wide. 1 ball, no strikes. Upton had a little issue in the first with some pitches around that corner. And snap throw to first. Back in is Pena. Pitch was a little bit wide, so the count is 2-0.
Well, the Yankees realized yesterday the Rays being aggressive on the base paths, and the thought here is Carlos Pena with an aggressive secondary. The ball took him out that way, so it made the throw easier. How about that? Carlos gets hit in the elbow and tagged in the ear.
Big cut and a miss by Upton. He's trying to lift that one. The count is 2-1. A battered Carlos Pena over there at first base right now. Upton fouls it.
I think he'd like another crack at that pitch right there. That cutter by David Phelps stayed out over the plate, and it was at a level that you could really drive, and BJ gets another shot at that pitch. They give the Rays the lead.
Runner on, 2 gone. 2-2 the count. The Rays have had 3 base runners. Pena with a walk, and then Keppinger and Pena hit by pitches. It's Conrad on deck. Pitch inside. We're going to have a full count to B.J. Upton.
And you got to think too that Phelps is going to work B.J. away, something on that outer half, especially after coming in on that pitch. Full count, want to throw a strike, you want to go to a safe spot.
Pena will be off with the pitch. There he goes, and the pitch misses in, ball 4. The Rays get 2 men on with 2 men out in the third.
You know, the way that he was able to exploit BJ, and knowing that BJ thought that those pitches were balls in his first at bat, so you know that the guy not very comfortable with that particular pitch, and you go 2-2 and then follow it up with 2 fastballs in, both of them miss off the plate. You walk a guy right out into scoring position. I think on the full count there, that's a tough pitch, and we've seen here in the early going Estabrook not real eager to call that third strike on a ball that's in.
There's Brooks Conrad hitting in the place of Keppinger. The pitch is down and in to Conrad. Keppinger started the day hitting cleanup, and Conrad in that spot now. And the pitch inside. It's 2-0. Phelps just a little over 50 pitches. And that's going to be a strike. 2-1. Cut and a miss. Breaking ball.
That was a good one too. 2-1 curveball by Phelps. See that late action on it.
Two. And Conrad out on strikes. He came right back with that same pitch to strike him out. We're through 3. No score. Runs, no hits, no errors across the board. Time for our AT&T trivia question. Who is the Rays manager for their first win on Independence Day? That's our AT&T trivia question. Relevant obviously because this is Independence Day, but relevant for another reason as well. It will reveal itself in good time. We go to the top of the 4th. David Price has retired the first 9 he has faced, picking up 4 strikeouts along the way. 42 pitches for Price through 3. You recall the last outing he had against the Tigers, and he left with a little tightness in his lower back after 78 pitches and 7 innings, but had no recurrence of that. And here's Derek Jeter to open the 4th. Pitch is high. 1 ball, no strikes. He got Jeter on a prolonged at bat in the first inning, 10 pitches, and has him out in front through the curveball there, and the count is 1-1. The right side. The ball is out of play. Moves it out to 1-2. The Phillies beat the Mets 9-2, and Cliff Lee gets his first win. 1-5. A ball, 2 strikes, the count to Jeter. Did he go on the appeal? Rob Drake says no. Curveball down and in. It's 2-2.
Let's take a look. This ball breaking down to the dirt. That's a good call. No go.
Ground ball headed to short. Elliott Johnson up with this one, and he makes the play. One up and one down.
Now enjoy your favorite dessert with Carlos. On Sunday, July 15th, the Rays take on the Red Sox. It's part of Family Fun Day presented by the Tampa Bay Times, and the first 10,000 kids 14 and under receive a Carlos Pena ice cream bowl and spoon set presented by Carvel. Enjoy.
Curtis Granderson about to step in. Well, there's a start. They've got the ice cream. One ball, no strikes. They'll have to show up to get that combo.
Wow.
That,
happy Fourth to you.
And the spoon. Pitch inside. 2 balls, no strikes. High pop, that's foul. Back and into the seats. 2 balls and a strike. Two. Price has done it primarily with his fastball, and we've seen the curveball and a handful of cutters. Pretty close right there with a fastball.
Everybody. I mean, David threw that, and his reaction was it was a strike. Lobaton was getting ready to fire it down to third.
Very close. Anderson taps it foul. Price pitching against the New York Yankees. Somebody asked him about pitching for the All-Star game again. He says, hey, I'm facing an all-star lineup when I pitch against the Yankees the next time. And a foul ball back. We go up and down this lineup. They lead the majors in home runs with 125. It's pretty close to an all-star lineup, that's for sure.
Very taxing mentally because you have to focus on each and every pitch and really execute.
Minor up the right side, foul. One hop and up into the stands. Granderson has worked the count through 8 pitches now. Number 9 on its way. Down the right field line. That's going to hook foul. We'll have another 10-pitch at bat. Jeter opened the game. Took 10 pitches to get him on a ground ball to short. Granderson's gone to 9 pitches, 1 out here in the 4th. And look at that. Consistent. 96, 95, 96, 98, 97. 3-2. And he walks him on a fastball high. And that pitch was at 98. 10 pitches and a walk.
David Price just continuing to attack Granderson with the fastball. Ends up walking him on 10 pitches, but now you're looking to get that ground ball here. Something down in the zone, something nasty. Try to get that double play ground ball. David Price has induced 13 of them this year. already.
And here's Mark Teixeira. We got Teixeira hit a fly ball to right in the first. The pitch is a strike.
And you got to keep your eye on Granderson here. 1 out. This game, the way it has been moving, David Price has been very good. If you're the Yankees, you're going to think, how many opportunities are we going to get off of him? So they may look to do something here with Granderson, put him in motion.
And a chop toward Conrad. He'll go to first. Out there. Chop not hit that hard. Granderson a little double pump there to get the ball out of the glove. When he makes the play to get Teixeira into second goes Granderson.
Well, you get the ground ball that you want, but this ball's chopped, and then Conrad's got to move a long way to his left. There's just no way to turn that. Takes the out at first. 2-away.
Alex Rodriguez. Well, the Yankees for the first time in this game have a man at second. The pitch down and in. 1 ball, no strikes. The miss. Had him out in front on a curveball. Now 1-1.
Well, this curveball has completely given Alex Rodriguez troubles. Each and every one that David's thrown, he's either taken it for a ball or swung and missed by a wide margin.
Fouled back out of play on a fastball at 97. The 1-2. Oh, strike 3 called. Throws him with a fastball at 98 to strike him out. No runs, a walk, and a man left. No score. We go to the home half of inning 4.
I'd like to say thank you to all our troops serving overseas and stateside. Happy 4th of July.
Our scoreless moving into the bottom of the 4th. Let's get the answer to our AT&T trivia question. Who was the manager of the Rays when they won their first game on Independence Day? And the answer is Lou Piniella, who's doing some broadcast work on the Yankee crew. It was great to see Lou again, alongside the former Rays catcher John Flaherty and Ken Singleton. That's a great group over there. Pitch to Ben Zobrist is wide. I don't know the count. Ben fouls it back. Zobrist went after the first pitch he saw in the first inning with men at first and second and hit it right on the button. A hard line drive that Robinson Cano caught. That left 2 men on.
That's the closest that any team, that either team has gotten, scoring a run.
Pitch started to come back to the plate, but stayed in. 2 balls and a strike. Been checked in time. 3-1. And ball 4 is wide. So the Rays put the leadoff man on in the bottom of the 4th. And the win for the Rays came on July 4th, 2003. Carl Crawford hit a walk-off home run. Hit it off Willie Koch, the right-hander. And that's the first time the Rays would have won a game on July 4th in 2003 with Lou Piniella, the skipper. Zobrist back in at first. And Luke Scott struck out his first time. Luke's average down to an even 200 right now. He nubs it foul. Picked up by Nix down at third.
Well, you hope somebody in that Rays lineup can step up right here, try to take advantage of this situation. A leadoff walk to Ben Zobrist, a very good base runner. Occasionally will steal a base. We talked about the Rays continuing to apply pressure to this Yankee ball club.
They've had some base runners, but no hits yet. 0-1 to count to Luke. Right now, Luke 0 for 33 as he fouls this one back. That dates back to the 1st of June. He spent some time, as you know, on the DL during that stretch. The longest in club history. Jose Cruz Jr. went 0 for 37 in a stretch in 04. A 2-strike count to Luke Scott. Quick move over to first. The Rays have drawn 3 walks. They've had 2 hit batsmen. And Scott pops it up. Foul ball. Teixeira is giving it a look, but it's out of play. The count is still 0-2. Former Rays skipper, their first manager, Larry Rothschild, now the pitching coach for the Yankees. Zobrist walked. 2 strikes the count to Scott.
Well, if you're Luke Scott, all it takes is one. 0 for 33. One big hit right here, and you forget all about that. Start your own positive streak.
And that's a strike on the inside corner. I thought it was off the plate, and it came back to catch it.
Well, that was a good pitch. And watch David Phelps, the angle that he's able to create on that ball into lefties. See that ball just bores in and then kind of straightens out there. Not really a two-seam front door type of pitch. It just stays true right there to the inside corner, and Estabrook with the call. It was a good one.
One out with Zobrist at first. Here's Jose Lobaton. And there's a strike. Fastball around the knees.
Yeah, he continues to just bore that pitch in on the lefties. Now, the one downside is that is a small margin for error when you're throwing that pitch in there. So he misses one of those out over the plate, and it could really come back to haunt him. Come right back in.
He misses down around Lobaton's feet. It's a 1-1 count. Move to first again. Head first back to the bag. Ben Zobrist. Phelps in the mid-60s in pitch count. That's something that Joe Girardi and Larry Rothschild will be mindful of. Lobaton shows the bunt, and Zobrist takes off and pulls off a steal. Ben Zobrist stealing his way into scoring position there.
And a little double clutch there by Russell Martin. Square around on a breaking ball, pulls back, and Martin just never lets that ball go. Rays getting aggressive.
Now, that's been a big part of their success in this series so far.
Well, they've seen opposing teams come in here and do that to them. Really start use their own game against them.
Pitch stayed in, and it's 3 balls and a strike now, the count to Lobaton.
And so the Rays, who have been looking to garner some consistent offense all season long, have gone back into that mindset of let's start creating offense.
Lobaton in a good count right here. Still looking for his first home run, and he fouls this one back. So the count is full. Speed pitch there, 3-1. So the count is full.
Well, this MLB season on Fox Sports is proud to support the Boys and Girls Clubs of America, a place where youth can reach their full potential as productive, caring, responsible citizens. To learn more, please visit greatfutures.org/Fox Sports.
Full count to Jose Lobaton. And he is called out on strikes. Fastball. Second time he's gone out on strikes, this time looking.
Now that lets you know that Lobaton is looking for a certain pitch in a certain spot. When you get locked up on a fastball that splits the heart of the plate, you're obviously looking something not a fastball and in a specific area. And that pitch was right down Broadway, and it just locked up Jose.
There's Sean Rodriguez. Sean takes the first pitch, and that's outside. For the most part, Phelps has worked over the outside corner to these right-handed hitters. 1-1. How about this? Starting with Luke Scott in the order. He's 0 for 2, 2 strikeouts. Lobaton behind him, 0 for 2, 2 strikeouts. Rodriguez 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Johnson behind him, 0 for 1 with a strikeout. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 8 strikeouts in this game for Phelps, and 6 of them all gathered right down in the end of the Rays lineup so far. A 1-2, and that's a strike. Gonna square the count at 2-2. Zobrist walked and swiped second. And now full count. Rodriguez getting time. Well, he's had three ball counts in this inning. The 3-2 to Sean Rodriguez. And he fouls it. Threw him a breaking ball there. Yankees had a man at second with 1 out in the top half of this inning. The Rays have left 4. They have a man at second right now in the bottom of the 4th.
Sean Rodriguez right now has to be thinking up the middle the other way. 2 strikes.
And he shoots it into right field, out of the reach of Teixeira. Zobrist will score as Rodriguez makes the turn, and he did take the ball the other way. A line drive over the head of the first baseman, and the Rays have the game's first run.
Now, great idea there. Sean Rodriguez, you know, you give yourself a pitch or two to try to yank and pull, but this guy has been consistently staying away from the righties for the most part, and with 2 strikes, that's it. Just keep the head down, that up the middle approach, and he just squirts the ball out into right field there, and the Rays take the lead. Nice job at 2-out hitting.
Larry Rothschild on the hill, spending some time with Phelps here in the bottom of the 4th. The pitch count now at 77. Again, this is just his 3rd start, and his last outing was a 3 1/3 relief stint against the White Sox. Epley, the right-hander, up in the bullpen. Cody Epley. Over to first. Sean Rodriguez back in. Sean, who had a big night last night with 3 hits, including a big 2-run home run, gives the Rays the first run of the game here this afternoon. And again, a move to first, taking a little more time as Epley loosens. Cut the miss by Johnson. Throw to first, and they get Rodriguez. Martin, the catcher, picks off Sean Rodriguez down at first to retire the side.
Today's community award winner is.
He had nowhere to go. The Rays score a run and lead 1-0. The Rays have a 1-0 lead, scoring a run in the bottom of the 4th inning. Trying to sweep the Yankees. Time for the Just for Men Auto Stop foolproof statistic. Well, look at this. Highest percentage of runners left on base. Some very good pitchers on that list, as you might expect. The idea is to limit the number of runners, but Jeremy Hellickson right at the top, and then David Price, the Rays 1-2, just as the Rays rely upon especially those two pitchers to lead those runners on base. You can count on Just for Men Auto Stop for foolproof results.
You know, the ability to slow the game down, and even in the midst of the storm with runners all over the place, able to make quality pitches and keep it simple, one pitch at a time. You get numbers like that.
Robinson Cano opens the 5th inning against David Price, and he strokes it into left center field. It's falling for a base hit. Jennings with the pickup, and Cano has the first hit of the game for New York. Right now, let's check in for a hit from Todd Callis.
Dwayne, we're still trying to figure out what's going on with Jeff Keppinger. We'll try and have that update for you soon, but it is a website Wednesday, a Twitter-only special here on July 4th. We've heard from Poland and Japan, amongst others so far. A couple of questions for you guys. We had one from Raymond. Wanted to know who's your favorite Rays mascot, Raymond or DJ Kitty? And also a fan that was admiring BA's tie, wondering where he got it. Guys, back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Todd.
I'll be real quick on both of them. Okay. Number one, the tie was courtesy of Dwayne Stats. I came to the ballpark today. I said I got to be the only tool in the stadium here with the with a tie that's not very patriotic. And lo and behold, Dwayne Stats pulls it right out of his wallet, and look at that, not a crease in it. It was outstanding. So that's where the tie comes from.
It's a good look for you.
I feel good.
Yeah,
I feel good.
It's better to look good to feel good, but it's also good to feel good.
That's right. All of the above. Mm-hmm. And as far as the mascot goes.
Yeah,
you got to go Raymond. I'm telling you something right now. I'll turn my Rottweiler loose on DJ Kitty. Okay?
Yeah. Okay.
So
I got you.
Make that real quick.
All right, so we're going for Raymond.
Raymond. We're going to go Raymond.
All right.
That's right. It's female.
Yeah.
She's great dog. Good dog. Good with the kids. She doesn't like kitties who like to use the turntable.
1-0 the count now to Swisher. The Yankees with their first hit. 1-1 the count. David Price had given up a walk to Granderson in the 4th. Now the hit to Cano. Fires that one low and outside. It's 2-1. Swing and a miss. The count is 2-2. Caught looking. Fastball at 97.
You know, a lot of hitters, 2 strikes. You're looking for something that's out over the plate. You want to put the ball in play. David Price all of a sudden will come mid-upper 90s fastball. That ball catching plate, and you see the reaction from Nick Swisher. Trying to sell that ball in. Estabrook not buying it.
Andrew Jones stepping in. Puts it on the ground left side. Johnson. Rodriguez 1. First base 2. The Rays turn the 6-4-3 double play. No runs a hit. Nobody left. And we go to the bottom of the 5th. 1-0 Tampa Bay. Rays baseball brought to you by your local Southern Ford dealers. By Subway Restaurants. Play hard, eat fresh. And by Marathon Petroleum. Fueling the American spirit. The Rays get the double play ball in the top of the 5th inning, holding on to a 1-0 lead. David Price turned out to be a quick inning after he gave up the leadoff single in the 5th to Cano. And here's Elliott Johnson, who was at the plate in the 4th when Rodriguez was picked off first. Strike the count to Elliott. Elliott starting the double play on the ball hit by Andrew Jones in the top of the 5th. Bullpen ball loose from the left field side, where the Yankees have the lefty Clay Rapata joining Epley.
Sidewinder lefty, sidewinder righty.
Base hit up the middle, and the Rays have a leadoff man aboard. Line drive single past Phelps. So again, they put the leadoff hitter on for the 2nd consecutive inning.
Now looking to add on to that lead. Elliott Johnson gets it started off. David Phelps, you got to figure, coming down to the end of his day, they were hoping to get 80-85 pitches out of him, and he is there as we speak. More importantly, you got the leadoff man aboard and the top of the lineup coming up against him for the 3rd time.
Over to first, and Johnson is back in. Desmond Jennings in the batter's box. 80 pitches for Phelps. The Rays have been aggressive when given the opportunity, and sometimes pushing to create the opportunity here in this series. Over to first. Elliott back in.
Well, now you start to get in to the base stealers, and Elliott Johnson certainly one of the guys that can swipe a bag. Desmond Jennings.
And there's a bunt by Jennings, picked up by Teixeira. The throw to first in time. Cano getting over to cover.
Yeah, and you know what? That was very, very close. Desmond Jennings pushes that ball, trying to get it by the pitcher Phelps. You're going to try to force Teixeira or somebody else to field it. He did, and when you get the underhand flip here, you've got a chance to beat it. Takes a little bit longer for it to get there. That was a very, very close play.
And you see Jennings trying to help Drake with the call there. Oh, very close, and he just did get him. Jennings will be credited with a sacrifice, and we're going to get a pitching change. So the Rays will have Johnson at second with one out. Back with a new pitcher in a moment. Elliott Johnson. Clay Rapato's on to face the left-handed bat of Carlos Pena. And the first pitch comes in there for strike one. So it's 4 1/3 for Phelps. He made 81 pitches and struck out 8. He walked 3, 2 hits. Leaves with a man on. Leaves trailing 1-0. One ball, one strike. There's a strike. 1-2. Rays have claimed the only run of the game. That came in the 4th. Sweeping wide. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Rapata struck out Pena last night. He also got him on strikes here Monday night. Have a full count. So he's faced 3 batters, technically speaking, but they've all been the same guy in this series. And Rapata 3-2 with Carlos now. And he walks him this time. The Rays will set up men at first and second. E.J. Upton is due, and Joe Girardi comes out to make another pitching change with the right-handed bat of Upton. And Girardi, with a look toward the bullpen, has made the call. Let's right now go down to Todd Cowles.
Dwayne, we got the update now on Jeff Keppinger. Keppinger hit by a pitch from David Phelps right above the left elbow, and the word from the clubhouse as we take a look at it once again, you can see he got hit pretty squarely there. Word from the clubhouse is a bruised left tricep. And they did take x-rays. That's what we were waiting on. Unfortunately, the x-rays were negative. So he's out of the game with a bruised left tricep. Guys, back to you.
Well, he started the day in the cleanup spot. Brooks Conrad has taken over for him. Keppinger has left. Rapata comes on, walks Pena. Now Epley is going to be the new pitcher. Cody Epley.
You wonder if that move will come back to haunt the Yankees or Joe Girardi. You know, you're going to your left-handed specialist. You do have Boone Logan, obviously, but Clay Rapata is a tough customer on left. He comes in to face one hitter in the 5th inning and is out of the ballgame. Today's game and all season long, Tires Plus will donate $100 to the Pediatric Cancer Foundation for every Tampa Bay Rays home run televised on Sun Sports and Fox Sports Florida. I don't know. Maybe it turns out to be nothing, but it's one of those moves where it seems too early in the game to burn one pitcher, one valuable pitcher on one hitter.
It's been interesting because this club, and you, if this were the Rays and the Dodgers playing with the way the offenses have been, where one run might determine what happens that day, and certainly 2 runs might determine it. But this Yankee offense leads the major leagues in home runs.
Right.
It's a different situation.
It's a one-run game. I get it. Now, if this is the 7th, of course, you can even make the case for the 6th. But you're down 4 1/3 into it.
There's B.J. Upton, 2 men on, 1 out. Upton to face Epley. Epley drops down and delivers the pitch wide. 1-0 the count. There goes a man stealing third. There'll be no throw, and Johnson steals it standing up.
Elliot Johnson stole that base on everybody. Epley, Martin, Nix. Boy, what a jump, and not even a cover, so obviously no throw. That's just too easy.
Yeah, Martin had nowhere to throw the ball anyway.
No. Sam Holbrook.
And he's going to duck. So it's 1st and 3rd now. 2-0 the count to B.J. Pitch inside. 3-0. Epley was in the first game of this series. Leadoff single by Johnson. Bunted up to second, a steal of third after the walk to Pena. It's now 3-1 to B.J. Now with a 3-2 count. Brought Epley into the game here Monday to face B.J., and he reached on an infield hit. One out, first and third. 3-2 the count. From first breaks, then Upton fouls it. Toss to first on Pena.
Very important here for B.J. Upton. Dude, stay disciplined in that strike zone. Put this ball in play. If you're going to send Carlos Pena again, Yankees would have an opportunity for a strike him out, thrown out. If B.J. doesn't make contact.
Nothing doing out there.
Now they're trying to flush out whatever they think that the Rays are going to try and pull. That wasn't even the fake to third, go to first, just a fake to third.
Pena takes off, a swing and a miss, and a fake throw down to second and a look to third, but nothing doing. So Upton strikes out, and Pena steals second.
Well, in last night's game, the Rays ran a double steal, and Desmond Jennings was able to score. This right here, you get the strikeout, Martin comes up. Now, you got to remember, it's Carlos Pena running. This is a guy that doesn't go very often, and not even a throw. I mean, playing it very safe and close to the vest. It's the fear of Elliott Johnson coming home there. Concede that steal to second. Now Brooks Conrad with one big at bat can really make him pay here.
Well, Brooks entered the game taking over for Keppinger in the third. He battles it back. Strike one. Fastball up a bit, and that's where Conrad likes it.
He does. Boy, I'll tell you what, you see him take his most aggressive swings on balls that are up in the zone. He'll hammer that ball down and in too, but he likes that pitch that's elevated. Does a nice job of getting on top of it, where a lot of guys can't.
Well, a base hit right here would be big. Pena second, Johnson third, 2 outs. Cut the miss. A 2-strike count. Conrad takes this one for strike 3. That one down around the knees, and the Rays lead 2 through 5, 1-0 Tampa Bay.
moving very quickly on this fireworks edition of Web Wednesday. Whatever you want to know, ask the broadcasters at Sun Sports Rays. Hit us up on Twitter only today. Remember that, you emailers. Go Twitter only. We're monitoring that account as well as all the Rays accounts. And a check-in from Evan Longoria. A lot of guys, well wishes here on the 4th of July. Longo says, happy 4th, Tweeps. A sweep would make my day blissful. He also added some pictures of an American flag and the Statue of Liberty. Don't forget, at Sun Sports Rays on this 4th of July, Web Wednesday. Guys.
Well, here we move into the 6th inning on the 4th of July at Tropicana Field. Everybody observing it in his or her own way.
That is max effort. That's what that is. Let's get up early. Let's go. And let's not sweat.
Well, Russell Martin leads off the 6th inning. Takes the pitch outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Fastball high. 2-0. Pitch is skied up the right side. Zobrist near the line and just into foul territory. Tracks it down for the first out. Jason Nix. David Price, 73 pitches, 1 out into the 6th. Giving up 1 hit and 1 walk. His face just 1 over the minimum. Nix takes the pitch high. 1 ball, no strikes. One and one. One and one, the count to Nix. 2 and 1.
I get it now, Dwayne.
You get it?
This game is disjointed.
Oh.
I mean, seriously. We played 5 innings.
Just seemed to me early that it had
you were all over
the little facets of
2 hours, 5 innings in. By the way, a combined 3 hits and 1 run.
And a low pitch count from Price here. Popped up. The ball will carry out a play, and the count is 2 and 2. I'll tell you, if you can go the way Price has against this Yankee team with a respectable pitch count, you really accomplished something. Remember the last outing he had against them, 5 innings. He was up to 109 pitches. He had 70 pitches through 5 innings today. And he started this game by making 10 to Derek Jeter. Swing and a miss. Nix out of there on a breaking ball.
Well, the whole reason for this efficiency for David Price is, first of all, he's pounding the zone, but he's doing it with all of his pitches. I mean, how about this curveball here? It's been a good pitch for him to the lefties and the righties. A number of swing and misses. Thrown a few of those cutters back door. Been very good with the fastball. The one pitch, the changeup, we haven't seen too much.
Yep.
I mean, that's something that if he needs it, it's always, you know, back in that quiver. He can bring that out at any time, but he's been so good with the other 3 that up to this point, stick with what's working.
Well, he starts the 3rd time through the order now with Derek Jeter. A couple of ground ball outs handled by the shortstop, and he's swinging at the first pitch, fouling it. There's a strike.
you know, these teams like the Yankees, the Rays, they want to, you know, work at bats, run deep counts, you know, be patient at the plate. Well, you know what? If you go out there and take the game right at a lineup like that, you force them to have to swing early. You force them to put the ball in play early. They're not used to hitting 0-2, 1-2. We've talked about that in you know, with respect to the Rays lineup. And so that's what David's doing here, but with elite stuff.
And he has Jeter out in front. Took something extra off the curveball.
Well, these right-handers just not recognizing that pitch. You've seen that swing how many times today on the same pitch? Just dropping it down and in. That one with a little less velocity. Same result.
An 0-2 count. And it's high. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Down and in. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Now full count. This to the curve. Two outs, bases empty. 3-2. And a liner into right field for a base hit. Jeter takes one the other way and singles. Hit number 2 surrendered by Price.
Well, that breaking ball was just elevated a little bit too much, and Derek Jeter just pokes that ball into right field. Just stayed out over the plate. All right, here, if you're David Price, you're frustrated with that hit, but you know, you realize 2 outs, runner on first. Put that out of my mind and go right back to work, something that he's been very good at all season long.
Well, he's going to face Curtis Granderson. He's the other guy who he's had a 10 pitch count at bat against. Everything else not very deep. Over to first, and Jeter's back. How about Cleveland jumping to a 9-1 lead at home over the Angels in the top of the 3rd. Knocked out Irvin Santana. Casey Kochman has hit a home run in that game. Jeter off first. Shift on for Granderson. The pitch is down. Covered nicely by Lobaton. Got a 15 pitch inning going right here. 1-0 to Granderson. And that's a strike. 1-1. Price made 21 pitches in the 4th. Got a low pitch count 3rd with 9. 7 pitches in the 5th. Move to first. Jeter's back in. For years, the Yankees' mantra has been to run a pitcher to 100 pitches through 5. Today, Price had 70. Outside, 2 balls and a strike. The 2-1. Swing and a miss. Through a curveball.
And that one had some sweeping action to it. He's gotten Granderson to swing and miss at this pitch a couple of different times.
Well, he struck him out with that pitch in the first and then walked him in the fourth. That was the 10-pitch at bat, the walk. Stone on the curve to get to 2-2. Here it is. Oh, very close with a fastball. And a full count.
Now trying to close him out away. The good fastball, good velocity. Lobaton right there in the outside corner. Estabrook says no.
Three-two. Swing and a long foul. He got the fastball and was set for that, but pulled it foul.
Well, when you're able to put it in the spot that David Price put it, you're coming in there. If you're going to get the barrel to it, it's almost impossible to keep that fair unless you really yank those hands through. When it's 95, 96, 97 miles an hour, that's not real easy to do.
A second 3-2 pitch. And he fouls it. Stayed with the hard stuff. Yankees have 2 hits. The Rays have 2 hits. Two outs, 3-2 the count. Jeter at first. He's off with the pitch, and the pitch is fouled. Another fastball, and this one into the screen. So we've got Price and Granderson going at it in an extended at bat again here in the 6th.
Derek Jeter's getting tired of breaking off of first base.
Ten pitches in the 4th. This will be the 9th pitch of this at bat in the 6th. He got him. He struck him out. He threw him a curveball. That retires the side. No run to hit. A man left. 2 more strikeouts in the 6th, both on curveballs. coming in to hit in the bottom of the 6th inning. David Price and his battery mate Jose Lobaton right there. Here's what's coming up tomorrow on Rays Live, presented by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. Jeremy Hellickson will be back on the hill. BA's breakdown, of course, and new Rays nicknames coming up tomorrow. Our coverage begins at 6:30. Ben Zobrist opening the home half of the 6th. Pitch is a ball. Zobrist opened the 4th inning with a walk, stole a base, and eventually scored on an opposite field base hit by Sean Rodriguez. That's the only run this game has seen so far. Cody Epley on the hill. 2-0 the count. Luke Scott next, and then Lobaton. Strike. 2-1. Boston and Oakland, bottom of the 4th. In Oakland, tied 1-1 on home run number 22 by David Ortiz. That got Zobrist on the foot. Foul ball. 2-2.
A little time to walk that off.
And a great run for Ben Zobrist since the start of June. He has hit up around 340. 0 for 1 with a walk and a run scored today. And the way June turned out to be, the Rays need all the offense they can get from any quarter. Ball toward left center. Granderson there to make the catch. One away, and let's check in again with Todd Callis.
A couple more questions on Website Wednesday. We had Amanda who wanted to know about B.J. Upton's hair. He picked it out for retro night here on Saturday. Said some of his teammates liked it, decided to keep it. He said, I'm not sure myself if I like it, but he's going to go with it for a while. Then we have Michael, Nathan, Melissa, and John. Guys, they all basically want to know, will Andrew Friedman look to add a bat possibly before the trade deadline at the end of the month? Back to you.
Yeah, that's a great question. The indication so far, of course, nobody's going to tip their hand. I'm going to say the indications have been they're going to concentrate on trying to get everybody back and healthy again and going, thinking that if they could get the lineup healthy and together, they'd like to see what kind of offense they had, because actually when the season started, they didn't have everybody, and they've had a difficult time putting everybody together in that lineup, because they actually feel this could be an improved lineup from a year ago if they can get people healthy.
Well, think about if you could plug in Matt Joyce right now, if you could plug in Evan Longoria, move other guys to some spots that may be better suited for them. Absolutely, you've got a chance to have a pretty good lineup.
Well, we're hearing Matt Joyce out on a rehab assignment with Durham right now, but he's anxious to come back and actually get back during the Cleveland series leading into the All-Star break. So there's one big bat that would be important to get back, and the other one, as you mentioned, Evan Longoria. Apparently Ron Porterfield is going to stay here with Longoria. There's a little tap back toward the mound. Phelps makes the pickup and the throw, and Scott hustling down the line is the second out. And it's really, I think, anybody's guess on Evan Longoria, but they're going to supervise his situation until they can get him to a point where he can go out on a rehab assignment again, but you're never quite sure until that happens. Here's Jose Lobaton. He's 0 for 2. The pitch is outside, 1-0.
You go back to Andrew Friedman going outside of the organization for a bat, and the one thing that you do know, whether or not anything gets done, certainly he's going to listen. He's going to see what's out there and burn up those minutes on that cell phone.
Well, yeah, and here's the thing about that. As I said earlier, he's not going to tip anybody's hand as to whether they may do something or not. I will say this, though. You can be sure that he probably has the highest phone bill of any guy in baseball, because he works it hard.
Yes, he does. They're going to turn over every stone, but at the end of the day, it's got to be the right fit. And they're not going to make a move or do something for the sake of doing it.
Swing and a miss. 1-2. I mean, everybody in that spot, the offense has been frustrating. No question about that. Logan up in the New York bullpen. But no one's more frustrated than Andrew Friedman and Joe Madden and the guys on the club. 2 balls, 2 strikes. So you have to, if you're pulling the trigger on deals, you really got to be disciplined enough to not let the emotion rule your behavior there. Count is full. 3-2. Lobaton went 3-2 with the starter Phelps in the 4th and appeared to be looking for a breaking ball and was frozen on a fastball called out on strikes. He's 3-2 against Epley here in the 6th. And he singles through the hole on the right side. Got a 3-2 fastball. And singles this time.
Not going to let another one go down the middle. Here it is. 3-2 sinker. Ball catches the plate. Lobaton drives it into right field.
Sean Rodriguez. Pitch is wide. Sean has the RBI in this game. It's a big cut. Misses. 1-1. Got a big home run last night in the 4th inning.
Big home run's an understatement. Look at that ball went.
A nice sound to it.
Yes. Very loud.
One and two.
Right, you know, you got that sidewinder Epley, and he lets go of the ball, and it's almost like these Rays hitters expecting that ball to continue to come up into the strike zone, and it just not getting there. He's keeping everything down for the most part. A lot of balls, whether they be the breaking ball or the fastball, diving underneath the swing of the Rays hitters.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
See how he's able to get that late movement on that pitch. Comes out of the hand, looks like it's starting to rise up, and just boom, right back to the dirt.
And a cut and a miss. Rodriguez strikes out. We go to the 7th. It's 1-0 Rays. Okay, moving into the 7th inning. Our Auto-Way poll question. Send your vote to 789-789. Standard message and data rates apply. What is the most memorable July 4th moment in baseball history? TB1, Lou Gehrig's farewell speech. TB2, the no-hitter by Dave Righetti. Or TB3, how about the 19-inning Mets and Braves game when fireworks started at 4:01 a.m.? That would be memorable. In a baseball sense, I'm not sure about that, but that's your choice.
Did anybody even know about it if you didn't live in those two cities?
You know, I have a feeling that our director, Gary Nicholas, had something to do with that one being inserted in there.
That wouldn't have even made your morning newspaper. Got over too late.
Way past the deadline.
You would never even known about that game.
Yeah, and if it's not in the paper, did it actually happen?
Well, if it shows up on a text poll, did it happen?
Cut to miss. Swing by Teixeira. 1-1. So David Price at 95 pitches now. Two and one. There's a shot back into deep left field. Jennings will go all the way back, and that one will just make it out. Teixeira hits a 2-1 pitch out of here, just over the top of the fence in left center, and the game is tied 1-1.
Now, and that ball just got out there in left center, just right by the 370 sign. His pitch is away. You see Teixeira out there just flips that ball. That wasn't the most aggressive swing we've ever seen from Mark Teixeira, but it did do enough to tie this ball game up.
Alex Rodriguez takes a big cut and fouls it. Each team with a run, each team with 3 hits. 1 ball, 1 strike. And a liner headed into left center field off a breaking ball. Rodriguez heads for 2, and the throw by Upton is offline. Upton got over to cut it off, but his throw was to the right field side of the bag, and Alex Rodriguez safely in at second.
Well, you know, David Price has had a lot of success against Alex Rodriguez all afternoon with that breaking ball. The last 2 really hung out over the plate. He fouled the first one off. This one he does not miss. Gets that ball out into left center field, and then is aggressive out of the box. Right there, he's sniffing double and makes his mind up that he's going to go for it. Wide turn, but that throw a little bit offline. He's able to sneak in.
Now it's Robinson Cano. Well, he's been mostly fastball, curveball, an occasional cutter. Now trying to work his way through the lineup for the 3rd time, and that last breaking ball to Rodriguez was up. Now a little popper into short right, and it's caught by Rodriguez. Stepped out to second base, and Alex Rodriguez back in. Nice job by Sean Rodriguez of getting out there from second base to take care of the little looper off the bat of Cano.
Well, Sean Rodriguez does a very nice job of going back on balls like that. He's playing deep anyway. He gets a good jump, And Alex Rodriguez had actually taken off towards third and then thought better of it. Turned back around to see what was going to happen with that play. Sean was able to make it, and Alex was able to get back to second base.
Here's Nick Swisher. One out. Alex Rodriguez still at second. And a strike call. Swisher caught looking in the 5th inning on a 97-mile-per-hour fastball in. Pitch is high. 1-1.
Well, these are those situations, too, that David Price has done such a better job. Runners in scoring position, that average in the 250 range, and obviously going to drop a few points after that last pop up to Sean Rodriguez. He's done a nice job of slowing the game down in these situations.
It's low. 2 balls and a strike.
I think that pitch is indicative of what David Price has been able to do. You know, before we used to see when he would get into these spots, it became harder. I mean, just that was the fastball as hard as I could throw it, and that would come back to bite him. Now he's still pitching.
And he misses down. Another curveball, and it's a 3-1 count. 23 pitches in the 6th after a very quick 5th inning. Now working his way through the 7th. And the pitch is high, so he gives up the walk. First and second with 1 out. Jim Hickey trots to the mound. Drive by Tropicana Field Friday, July 13th, when the Rays battle the Red Sox, and you can see Grammy Award-winning Train in a free post-game concert. They'll perform all their hits like Hey Soul Sister, Drops of Jupiter, and Drive By. For tickets, visit RaysBaseball.com. So, full-scale conference on the Hill. Hickey turns to leave with New York runners at first and second and 1 out. Andrew Jones will be the hitter. Jones with a couple ground balls today, and the Rays would love to see one of those right here. Grounded into a 6-4-3 double play in the 5th and out 4-3 in the 3rd. First pitch is a strike. Burke Badenhop has just started to throw, and you can see in the background J.P. Howell climbing the bullpen mound. 1-1 the count. On the count. Cut to miss. Big swing there with some lift in it, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, he just got out of himself mechanically there. Too big a swing. Little backdoor cutter, and look at that, Andrew Jones.
Yankees have tied the game in the 7th. There goes Alex Rodriguez, throw to third, and it's a low throw blocked by Conrad, and Alex Rodriguez steals third.
Now they're going to send him back to second.
Well, time had been called. Time called by Mike Estabrook. So Estabrook's going to send him back.
Wow.
Well, the Yankees lose a steal of third there with time out. Well, let's take a look here. Oh, there you see Lobaton made contact with the mask of Estabrook, so there's no time, and the pitch will stand. But there was some interference by the umpire, so Estabrook sends Rodriguez back.
How about that break?
Well, that is a break. 2-2, and the pitch is lifted into right.
Wow.
Zobrist makes the catch. How big is that? After a fly ball to right. Well, we'll take another look at Rodriguez trying to steal third and Lobaton trying to throw him out. How about that? You stick around the game long enough, you'll see a little bit of everything. And Mike Estabrook got in the way of the throw by Lobaton. And Alex Rodriguez said, hey, I've never had that happen. And Joe West says, yeah, but we got it right. That's what Joe always says. So it's umpire interference. Do you give Estabrook an error? Like catcher interference? Pitch is foul. Russell Martin bounds it out of play. Strike one. Yeah, that's something you don't see every day. Now he goes and the throw, and he is safe. Alex Rodriguez steals third. So he picks up that steal, his 7th.
Well, here he goes, Lobaton with the throw, a little bit wide, forcing Brooks Conrad with the long tag, and Alex Rodriguez is going to get in there, but not nearly serious of a steal as last time.
Yeah, did you see where Estabrook was behind the plate?
Diving out of the way?
Yeah, he was way back out of the way. 0-2 the count now.
Just get the hitter.
And it's down. 1 ball, 2 strikes, first and third. Swisher at first. Alex Rodriguez now at third. The 1-2. Jammed him and he fouls it. 97 on the fastball.
Boy, just really crowding him. Russell Martin not able to get the head out on that pitch. 97 right on your thumbs.
One ball, 2 strikes. Takes off and a ground ball headed to short. Johnson's throw to first is scooped by Pena. Martin is out of there, and the Yankees settle for 1 on the leadoff home run by Teixeira. They leave 2. Middle of the 7th inning. This game is tied 1-1. And now in special recognition of the military, USAA now presents the singing of God Bless America, performed by the USO Liberty Bells.
God bless America. Let the mountains, to the prairies, to the ocean white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairie, to the ocean white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home. My home, sweet home.
All right, folks. The time now. The 7th inning stretch brought to you by
At 1 here, Saturday, August the 4th, the UFC returns to Fox with 4 massive fights, including knockout artist Shogun Rua taking on Brandon Vera in the biggest fight of his career, plus an epic bout between former UFC champ Lyoto Machida and rising star Ryan Bader. UFC Fight Night on Fox, sponsored by Bud Light, is live from Los Angeles on Saturday, August the 4th at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific.
Well, David Price made 23 pitches in the 7th inning. So he's up to 116 in a 1-1 ball game as we go to the bottom of the 7th. And Boone Logan is the new pitcher for New York, with Elliott Johnson due to lead off. This will turn him around to bat right-handed, with Desmond Jennings and Carlos Pena set to follow as the numbers 2 and 3 hitters. Swing and a miss by Johnson on a high fastball. 1 strike. First appearance for Logan. And another strike. This one a fastball in the zone, taken 0-2. Logan pitched a third of an inning Monday. Johnson fouls one back. 1 ball, 2 strikes. drive, base hit into left. So Johnson, who's been a far better hitter from the left side this year, singles from the right side off Logan to start the bottom of the 7th.
Well, the first pitch, he came out of his shoes trying to really drive the ball. He does a nice job of shortening it up here and just going down. That was a breaking ball down and in by Logan. Just shortens up on the swing. Doesn't take a big one. Lines that ball out into left field, and you're in the right spot of the order here. Bottom of the 7th inning, a tie ball game once again.
Desmond Jennings up here.
Got some speed out there on first base. Desmond Jennings coming up. Got an opportunity to do some things here.
Jennings running a runner over in the 5th inning. And a move to first. Johnson ducks back in. Johnson opened the 5th with a base hit. Jennings running him into second, and with his speed almost beat it out. Swings away, pops it up. Right side, and Cano makes the catch. One out with Johnson still at first base. Carlos Pena David Robertson is up in the bullpen now for New York. Pena, 2 walks, and he's been hit by a pitch. Also got credit for a steal in the 5th. Pena 1 of 6 in his career against Boone Logan. Throw over to first. A run, 4 hits for New York. A run, 4 hits for the Rays. And a move to first. Johnson is back in there. Phelps worked 4 1/3. Rapata came on. Epley got credit for an inning and 2/3, and now it's Logan. The Rays lead 3-1. Pena's 13th home run of the year. Hit it down the line and out of here.
Now Boone Logan,
the Rays are up.
Yeah, Boone Logan hung him a breaking ball. Trying to throw a slider. This ball stayed inner half to middle. Trying to go away. Never gets there.
So the Rays play long ball in the bottom of the 7th after the Yankees had tied it on a home run in the top half of the 7th. B.J. Upton fouls it out of play. Strike 1. Well, Logan came on to turn Elliott Johnson around. Johnson crossed that up by picking up a leadoff single. And after Jennings popped out, Logan touched for the home run by the left-handed bat of Carlos Pena. They're just shot down toward the bullpen foul.
And how would you have liked in the 7th inning of a tie game have liked to have brought Clay Rapata in? He had been burnt in the 5th.
Good question. Top encroached in the 5th. The 0-2. And Upton is out on strikes. 2 gone in the 7th. Rays have Farnsworth up in their bullpen. Robertson up in the New York bullpen. Farnsworth. Feet. 1 ball, no strikes. The Rays taking the first 2 games of the series, and they now lead in the 7th inning of Game 3. That's a strike. 1-1. 13 home runs now for Pena, 5 against lefties. Two balls and a strike. Second home run of this series. One off Freddie Garcia here Monday night, the right-hander, and one off the lefty Logan here this afternoon. Conrad fouls it. We'll run the count to 2 balls, 2 strikes. Foul ball. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes. Zobrist would be next if Conrad could keep the inning going. And a cut and a miss. Conrad tagged by Martin to retire the side, but the Rays put 2 up. Single by Johnson and a home run by Carlos Pena. Through 7, it's 3-1 Tampa Bay.
In the bottom of the 7th to take a 3-1 lead over the New York Yankees. We'll get in on the action with exclusive on-field seating in the Papa John's bullpen box. Available dates are going fast. So act now to make your group reservation behind the Rays bullpen by calling 855-GROUP-TB or by visiting RaysBaseball.com.
Carlos Pena belting a 2-run blast in the 7th inning off the left-hander Boone Logan. Rays lead 3-1. You're going to get a new pitcher for the Rays. David Price worked the front 7, made 116 pitches. Kyle Farnsworth on the hill now.
Kyle in his debut there, 1 inning, 1 hit, couple of strikeouts. Good to see him back out on the mound for the Rays.
First man he faces will be Eric Chavez, pinch hitting for Jason Nix. A swing and a miss, strike 1. 7 innings for Price. 1 run, 4 hits, 8 strikeouts, 2 walks. The run came on the home run. Now Farnsworth. It's 1-1. Foul ball back. It's out of play. Chavez played first base last night, went 1 for 4 with an RBI single. Into the dirt. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Well, a great effort by David Price again, 7 innings. Price continues to step up time after time. Jake McGee up in the bullpen now for the Rays. And the count's going to go full to Chavez. 3-2. That was a 2-2. Still 2-2, I guess. We had 3-2. The board has 2-2. And the pitch is down. It is 3-2, and that's ball 4. So leadoff walk. Derek Jeter on his way to the plate. Jeter's 1 for 3, had a base hit in the 6th inning. Jeter takes the pitch. Fastball for a strike. Farnsworth worked in the Detroit series and the Saturday game. A move to first. Chavez back in. Cleveland now leading the Angels 12-1. Bottom of the 5th of that game. Boston at Oakland. Top of the 7th, tied 2-2. That's a strike to Jeter. 2 strikes. Baltimore at Seattle. 4-0 Baltimore with the Mariners batting in the bottom of the 7th inning. Here the Rays lead by 2, a man on with nobody out, top of the 8th. And strike 3 call on the outside edge. That's going to strike all day.
Now, the first couple of pitches were a little bit closer to Derek Jeter, and then all of a sudden, 0-2, he goes away. He tried to go away for strike 2, and that ball ended up back in. This one, he nails. Right there. Good fastball.
One out in the 8th. Here's Curtis Granderson.
See, and that's the thing, too, with Derek Jeter as the hitter. You know, strike 1 was meant to be in, there it was. The second one was meant to be away, and he missed his spot. It still went over the plate, was called a strike, but Derek Jeter doesn't know that it was meant to be away. He thinks, okay, he's pitching me in 2 in a row, and then boom, surprise him with that ball away.
First pitch, a strike call to Granderson. Too low. 1-1. Farnsworth making his second appearance after missing all that time with the right elbow problem. Two and one. Between Charlotte and Durham, he had 6 rehab appearances. 2-1 inside, now 3 balls and a strike. Now 3-1. The Rays are going to shift the defense, and Conrad moves from third to the first base side of second, leaving Johnson, the shortstop, on the left side.
There's Brooks Conrad right here.
Swing and a miss. The count is full.
A good late action on this fastball here by Kyle.
Had great fading action down and away. Granderson thought he was on it, and then he wasn't. 3-2 now. Chopper foul. Down behind Mick Kelleher and up into the stands.
Back and forth we go. Tailing fastball away, cutter in on the hands. Curtis Granderson working another deep at bat.
Granderson has seen a lot of pitches, especially the last 2 at bats. And did he go? He did not on the appeal to Sam Holbrook for ball 4. And he walks for the second time today. That's his 4th plate appearance. He's seen 30 pitches in 4 plate appearances.
Well, here it is, another cutter breaking down and in. Barrel of that bat looked like it got aggressive. Let's take a look. It'll be close. Ooh, they could have rung him. They absolutely could have.
Swing. That is a swing.
You saw the reaction from Curtis Granderson. He wasn't really anticipating anything either way. Like, oh, yeah, okay, now I head down.
So Granderson's at first, Chavez at second. Mark Teixeira up here. He tied the game with a homer in the 7th. Farnsworth misses outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Rays keep the shift employed for Teixeira. Which is down 2-0. This time they have Johnson, the shortstop, on the first base side of second. Conrad alone on the left side, and Jim Hickey's going to pay Farnsworth a visit. 2-0 the count, and a visit to the mound.
Yeah, these are the situations that you don't want. You know, you talked early in this game, you don't want to give this lineup any extra opportunities. Obviously, you walk Chavez, able to get Jeter on 3 good pitches, but then a walk to Granderson, and now 2-0 here on Teixeira. You do not want to mess around falling behind in the count. Guys out on bases against this lineup. Jim Hickey giving Kyle Farnsworth a little bit of a breather, a little pep talk, and here we go.
2-0. And he misses ball 3. Fastball away from Teixeira. Two walks in the inning and a strikeout. Now 3-0. Teixeira takes ball 4 high. And so that loads the bases. Chavez to third. Granderson up to second. Teixeira takes over at first. The bases are loaded for Alex Rodriguez.
And no movement from Joe Madden, so obviously Kyle Farnsworth going to face Alex Rodriguez. He has Jake McGee down in that bullpen, locked and loaded. Obviously, he wants McGee for Cano if it gets that far. But Kyle's got to find the strike zone to have a chance.
Alex Rodriguez doubled his last time up. And he takes the pitch outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Bases have been walked full. 1-0 the count. And that's a strike on the outside edge. 1 ball, 1 strike. Time requested by the Rays catcher Jose Lobaton. Now the 1-1. Here we go. Outside and low. Cutter and Rodriguez did not offer. 2 balls and a strike. 23 pitches, 14 non-strikes for Farnsworth. Two-1. Swing and a miss. Fastball in. Rodriguez swung through it.
And up. That may have been out of the zone high, but Farnsworth just pours this fastball up and in. Gets the swing and a miss by Alex. I think that would have been out of the strike zone. Didn't take it.
Lobaton, a quick visit to the mound. So it's a 2-2 count. Two balls, 2 strikes. Here it is. And it's down, blocked by Lobaton. So the count all the way out. 3-2.
Well, that just was a ball out of the hand, easily recognizable by Rodriguez. He takes it, and now here you are, bases loaded and a full count.
You know, it's hard to believe, but according to everything we can find, Farnsworth has never faced Alex Rodriguez until now. Bases loaded, 3-2. The pitch, and he just missed outside to walk home a run. That's going to make it 3-2, and Joe Madden's going to come out to make the change. Alex Rodriguez walks with the bases loaded, forcing home Chavez, and Madden makes the slow walk out to the mound. We'll be back in a moment. They made the pitching change as Jake McGee enters the game. Kyle Farnsworth leaves with the bases loaded and a run walked home.
And I'm going to tell you something right now. You got the bases loaded. The Yankees have taken advantage of some walks. Robinson Cano coming up here against Jake McGee. Jake, key for him, quality first pitch strike, because Cano's going to be aggressive. He's going to be expecting fastball. And if it's a fastball catching some white, he's going to come out of his shoes, mark it down.
Cano, the breakout against righties 364 and lefties 233.
You know, and if Jake McGee is feeling good about his slider today, that wouldn't even be a bad pitch for a first pitch strike.
One out. Bases loaded, a run home. And here is Robinson Cano. And the first pitch is a fastball taken for a strike.
Well, love that if you're Jake McGee. Absolutely.
There we go. And the pitch is down. 1-1. McGee last worked Sunday in the Detroit series, an inning and a third. Struck out 3, walked 1, gave up a hit, no runs. The 1-1 and a swing and a miss. He was all geared for the hard stuff again and got the slider.
Well, that's what happens when you get into an account. You had your shot at that first pitch fastball, didn't take it. This is not the best slider you're going to see from Jake McGee. But it's effective nonetheless because Cano is looking for 97. And now what? If you're Robinson Cano, it's 1-2. Jake McGee can do just about anything he wants here. He can buzz you with the fastball in. He can try to go away. He can come back with that slider and try to make it a better one.
The 1-2. He fouls it back. A fastball. Cano stays alive, fouling it out of play. A ball, 2 strikes. With a long look, and Cano granted time by Estabrook. The 1-2. It's away with the slider. 2-2. Anderson at third. Teixeira is at second. Rodriguez at first. Two. Swing and a line drive, base hit into center. Granderson scores. Teixeira heads to the plate. He will score. A fastball, and Cano shoots it into center. 2-run score, and the Yankees take a 4-3 lead. Well, Cano eventually got the fastball he was hunting.
Yeah, he did, and he whistled it right back up the middle. Just ball down in the zone, and this got a chance here, and BJ just offline with this throw, way up the third base line. No chance to get to Teixeira then. The ball just sails. It's almost halfway up the line.
Well, the Yankees have put 3 up to take a 4-3 lead. Here's Nick Swisher. Swisher 0 for 2 with a walk. Pitch outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Slider. Swisher, as we noted earlier, done most of his damage as a left-handed hitter. A 1-1 count. And he swings through this pitch. With a slider. Ball, 2 strikes. Pitch. Swing, and it's popped up foul and will carry out a play. So 4 walks and a crucial base hit in the inning, leading to 3 runs for New York and a 4-3 New York lead. Down 2-2. The Rays had scored 2 in the bottom of the 7th to take a 3-1 lead. Jake McGee's 2-2. The count is full. Threw him a slider to run it all the way to 3-2. Andrew Jones on deck. Rodriguez at second, Cano at first. Swing and a miss. Swisher went after a fastball.
Well, Swisher ended up going after ball 4. Ball down and in. Swisher knows it.
That's the second out of the inning. Andrew Jones, the 8th man to come to the plate. The first pitch is a strike. Slider. Pitch is fouled. Out of play it goes. Between Farnsworth and McGee, Rays have made 41 pitches in this inning. An 0-2 count. And a foul ball back. Boy, he took a big cut at that 0-2 fastball.
Yeah, and I think that it's so hard that the bat started to come out of his hands. 0-2, up and away. Left hand came off the bat, not enough pine tar. Shirt grip.
One ball, 2 strikes. This game was scoreless through the front 3. Rays scored a run in the 4th. The Yankees got a run in the 7th. Rays 2 in the bottom of the 7th. And the Yankees 3 in the top of the 8th. Ground ball. That's picked up. Dropped by Johnson. Everybody's going to be safe. Johnson scooting to his left. Ranging. Had it in the glove but could not hold it. That's going to be a base hit for Andrew Jones. And the bases are loaded again for New York. Rodriguez to third. Cano to second. Jones with a base hit.
Now, Elliott moving to his left. We've seen him make this play before, but not able to come up with it cleanly. And as that ball came out the first time, just could never maintain control.
So Jones will now be lifted for a pinch runner. Dwayne Wise will run for Jones. And the hitter is going to be the catcher, Russell Martin. Martin 0 for 3 today. And that pitch is a strike. The 45th pitch of this inning. Swing and a miss. Late on that fastball.
Yeah, that ball was just powered right by him up and away.
2 strikes to the New York catcher. Bounce it. Out of play.
Jake McGee's got to find his way out of this inning. The Rays will have a couple of chances left. You know you're going to see David Robertson and probably Rafael Soriano coming out of that Yankee bullpen, so it will not be easy. It'll be a whole lot harder if this lead grows any bigger than what it is right now.
It's a 4-3 ball game. Bases are loaded. 2 outs, 2 strikes on Martin. And he sends a fly ball to right. Zobrist not yet to the track. Makes the catch. That will retire the side. 9 men come to the plate. 3 men score. 3 men left. 4-3 as we go to the bottom of the 8th. New York.
by authority of the Tampa Bay Rays and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Tampa Bay Rays.
Here we are, bottom of the 8th, couple of chances left for the Rays. They trail this one 4-3. Well, don't miss the biggest event of the summer as baseball's greatest stars battle for home field advantage in the Fall Classic. The road to the World Series begins with the 2012 Major League Baseball All-Star Game Tuesday, July 10th at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, 4:30 p.m. Pacific on Fox.
David Robertson will be the new pitcher for the New York Yankees. Their 5th of the day, making his 24th appearance.
0-3 record, 2 of those losses coming to the Rays, so they have been able to get to David Robertson. The rest of the numbers are very good, 35 strikeouts and 21 1/3.
A couple of other changes, Eric Chavez at third and Dwayne Wise now in the left. Vin Zobrist, the first Rays hitter to face Robertson. Big chops it on the ground to Cano at second. He picks it up and makes the throw. 1 away.
Designated hitter, number 30, Luke Scott.
48 pitches, 30 minutes, consuming the top of the 8th. And here's Luke Scott trying to snap out of an 0 for 35 right now. 2 strikeouts and a comebacker to the hill in this game.
I will trade you 35 hitless at-bats for 1 home run.
There would be takers.
You better believe it.
The pitch inside a bit. Near his right elbow. 1 ball, no strikes. This one, little piece of it. The count is 1-1. Robertson gave up an unearned run in the game here on Monday and took the loss in a 4-3 Rays win. Popped up, a foul ball coming back and out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count to Luke. Jose Lobaton is due next.
Well, this is a curveball. Luke Scott is contending that pitch is off the plate. He may have a point. You see where it was on Fox Tracks, and even just watching it track in yourself, you could see that that pitch was probably a little bit off the plate. The call goes against him.
Jose Lobaton. Pitch is outside to Lobaton. P. Howell and Fernando Rodney up in the Rays bullpen. High. 2-0. Rays 7-4 against New York in the season series. 5-0 here. They won 9 straight at the Trop over New York. They trail in the 8th of this game. Lobaton takes ball 3 upstairs. 3-0. strike. 3-1. And ball 4. Lobatone draws the walk. He reaches for the second time. The Lobatone walks. Rays will pinch run for him.
Second baseman, number 1.
Will Rhymes will run. Rhymes runs for Lobatone. Sean Rodriguez will now be the hitter against Robertson.
Your next please. Main rush for Lobatone, number 10, Will Rhymes.
Sean 2 out of 4 against Robertson. That's a strike. He could not check on the breaking pitch. So Robertson gets the count running in his favor here against Sean Rodriguez. Sean singled home a run in the 4th. Rays got 2 in the 7th on the Pena home run. Now Rhymes at first, 2 outs. Swing and a miss. Doing something extra off that curveball.
Hey, 80 miles an hour. Good pitch here by Robertson.
The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Rodriguez missed the curveball. 3 straight breaking balls. Robertson strikes out Sean Rodriguez. We go to the 9th. It's 4-3 New York.
For the Yankees, time to check in once again on our Auto-A text poll question of the afternoon. Baseball's most memorable 4th of July moment. You have the Lou Gehrig farewell speech, the Dave Righetti no-hitter, the crazy game in Atlanta, 19 innings ending early in the morning on July 5th. TB1 for Gehrig, TB2 for Righetti, TB3 for the 19-inning game. Text your vote to 789-789. Standard message and data rates apply. We will have the results of our Auto-A text poll question in our Rays Live post-game show. We will also hear from Joe Madden with his thoughts after this one. We will be gathering interviews in the Rays clubhouse with Barry LeBrock, Dwayne and B.A. with their thoughts on the game. And I'll have Orestes Destrada join me out in center field. All that coming up on Rays Live, the post-game show presented by Checkers. 9th inning baseball. Back to Dwayne.
All right, Todd, thank you. J.P. Howell will take over on the hill for the Rays, their 4th pitcher of this game. And he'll face Eric Chavez to lead off the 9th as he did the 8th inning. JP on for the 30th time. Chavez started the 8th with a walk, and he fouls the first pitch out of play. Strike one. Right now, the pitchers of record would be Farnsworth and Logan. Logan gave up the 2-run home run to Carlos Pena, yet he is still the pitcher of record for New York. Low, 1-1. One ball, one strike. Ground ball left side. It's Conrad from third making the throw. Choke. That's Chavez out of there. Action in the bullpen for New York. Rafael Soriano. And the hitter is going to be Derek Jeter.
Well, the Rays with one shot left. Starting off at the bottom of their order, down in the spot, Elliott Johnson. Got to keep it at 1 run.
Derek Jeter takes a strike. Price for 7, Farnsworth a third, McGee 2/3, and now J.P. Howell. Into right center field. That'll go to the wall. Jeter heads for second and stops with a double. And Jeter into right center field with his 16th two-base hit of the year.
I'll tell you what, Derek Jeter's made himself a nice, long, productive career by being able to hit the ball the other way, and here he does it with authority.
He has 5 hits in this series, 4 to right center or right field.
And there have been many a series like that. He juices that ball out to the wall in right center field, much like his first hit of this series. He's out at second base with 1 out.
Now Curtis Granderson will be the hitter. Which is down. Strike, 1-1. That's strike 2. Breaking pitch. New York with 7 hits. The Rays had 5. Each team with a home run. But more than that, it's been about strikeouts and walks. 6 walks drawn by New York, 4 of those in the 8th. The Yankee hitters have struck out 10 times. The Rays have drawn 5 walks, and the Rays have struck out 15 times today. 1-2 the count to Curtis Granderson. And a swing and a miss. Granderson out on strikes. 3rd time he's gone down on strikes. And he could have gone down on strikes in the 8th, but he tried to check his swing. Two outs with Jeter at second, and Mark Teixeira homered in the 7th to get New York on the board. Bats again here in the 9th. One and 0 the count. Rays in the bottom of the 9th due to have Johnson, then Jennings and Pena. Soriano's busy in the bullpen for New York. And a strike at Denise. 1-1. Upstairs, 2-1. Howell working with Jeter at second. And that'll take the count to 2-2 in the breaking ball.
And JP's really getting some good 12-6 action on that curveball, especially the last few that he's thrown. Needs to come up with one more big one. Give his offense one last shot.
Two balls, 2 strikes. The pitch. Ooh, pretty close. And the count goes to 3-2. Oakland has beaten Boston 3-2. That's a final. And the Orioles have just beaten the Mariners. Three and 2 the count to Teixeira. And that pitch low for ball 4. And Joe Madden's going to head to the mound to make a change. They have Alex Rodriguez coming up. Burke Badenhop in the Rays bullpen, and there's the call. So in this 4-3 ball game here in the top of the 9th inning, 2 men on, 2 men out, and a new pitcher entering the game. what is a 4-3 game, and the Yankees have a 2-out threat in the ninth.
Now Baden hop on for the 37th time, put in charge here of retiring Alex Rodriguez and keeping this at a 4-3 Yankee lead. Boy, this is tough when you come out of the bullpen and you know you've got one guy to face. 2 outs here. Their job is to get 1 out. Better come in sharp.
And a ground ball headed up the middle. Backhanded stop by Sean Rodriguez, and the throw to first will pull Carlos off the bag. Pena came to get the throw, but a great effort by Sean Rodriguez to keep that ball from going through into center. Jeter advances to third, Teixeira to second, and Alex Rodriguez now has an infield hit to load the bases.
I think Sean Rodriguez wanted to go to second here, but Elliot Johnson not able to get there. There's only one play to be made. He's got to go way across his body with a long throw. You see how far Elliott is away, and he had to go shortstop side. Nothing. All you could do is that. That ball just floats on him a little bit, and Alex is able to beat it out. But boy, just by getting to that baseball, you're right, he saves a run.
Bases loaded now, and here's Cano. He shoots it into center field. Upton will go back to the track and make the catch, and that retires the side. Bases were left loaded. It's still a 1-run game. Johnson, Jennings, and Pena due for the Rays. Brought to you by the 2012 GMC Sierra. It's our best Sierra ever. By Tampa Bay Radiation Oncology. When cancer strikes, strike back with CyberKnife and Tampa Bay Radiation Oncology. By Checkers, feast on. And by the amazing Spider-Man in theaters now. 28,033 here. 4-3. We go to the bottom of the ninth inning. Rafael Soriano is on. He is pitcher number 6 for New York. And the Rays will have Elliot Johnson to lead off against Soriano. Soriano now doing the closing for New York. Johnson chops it down to third. Chavez makes the throw to first, and Elliott is the first out. One pitch, 1 out in the bottom of the ninth. And now it'll be Desmond Jennings. Desmond 0 for 1 against Soriano. 0 for 3 in this game. Pitch is a strike around the knees. Fastball. And another strike. 0-2. One ball, 2 strikes. Soriano with 18 saves. He's 18 out of 19 in save opportunities this year. Takes the count to 2-2. Rays have been out hit 8-5 and they trail 4-3. Jennings out on strikes. 2 up, 2 down to the 9th inning.
Well, top quality pitch there by Soriano going away. Ball had a little cut action to it. Rays down to their final out.
That's 16 times the Rays have gone out on strikes. 17 is the team record. That's happened 4 times and 3 in a 9-inning game. 16 so far today. And here is Carlos Pena, who lifetime is 0 for 3 against Soriano with 3 strikeouts. The pitch is down, a ball and no strikes. Carlos hit the home run in the 7th inning. It's a game in which the Rays have struck out 16 times. Carlos not once, 2 walks. He's been hit by a pitch and hit that 2-run home run in the 7th, at the time giving the Rays a 3-1 advantage. And he takes the pitch down, 2-0. Only Zobrist and Pena have not struck out in terms of spots in the order. Keppinger started and had 1 plate appearance and was hit by a pitch. But every spot in the order except those 2 striking out at least once against New York pitching. The count is now 2-1. Rays winning the first 2 games 4-3 and 7-4. Down to their final out against Soriano. Pena pops it up on the infield. Teixeira coming in from first, and the game is over. Pena pops out to Teixeira. 3 up, 3 down in the 9th inning. And it's a 4-3 final. Logan will get the win. Farnsworth the loss. Soriano the save. And as we promised earlier in the game, Miller time brought to you by Miller Lite. And the play of the game, the Cano base hit in the 8th inning. Came on a fastball served by Jake McGee. that gave the New York Yankees a 1-run lead and a 3-run eighth. Put them up 4-3, and they win this game by that note. Rays will now hit the road. They'll head to Cleveland. They finished taking 2 out of 3 here on this homestand from the Yankees. We'll be with you tomorrow at 6:30 with our game coverage in high def on Sun Sports. Now for Brian Anderson and Todd Callis, Dwayne Stats. Hope you've enjoyed the telecast, if not the outcome. Again, the final, New York 4, the Rays 3. We'll see you next on Rays Live, the postgame, coming up immediately.